Hello.
دكتورة
هي مخلية ميوت.
دكتورة
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
الصوت واضح?
Yes, we can
Yes.
hear you.
Very good. Okay. I will just make sure that our meeting is recorded. Good. So in chapter 12, we will talk about different types of network, different types of connecting to networks like wireless or wired or fiber. We will speak about the differentiate between connection devices and service, how we can connect to a network by using different technologies like dial-up or DCL, DSL or cable, satellite or cellular, which is the mobile phone. We will speak about a very important factor in network, which is the data transmission factor, the speed of sending and receiving data, and bandwidth and what's protocol that control the network. We will also define networks and key network terminologies like what's interface in network and also network operating system. We will describe network architecture. The different topologies is basically how devices are connected together. So we have different shapes, so this is called topologies and strategies. We will explain the organization issues related to internet technologies and network securities, which is related to secure of data or interrupting connection in network. So as we know today, we are connected to a big network, which is the internet. Communication networks are the backbone of nearly every aspect of modern digital life. You have all your digital devices connected to your network at home, and your network at home connected to the big internet in your local area, and your local network connected to the big network that covers the whole country. This leads us to the meaning of telepresence. Telepresence will be commonplace in the future. It's mean the ability to fully experience the reality of a different places without actually being there. So you can travel anywhere and you are still in your place. For example, we will see operations done by doctors. They will be located on a place rather than the place of their patients. So we will have remotely done surgery and operations. We live in a truly connected society as the power and the flexibility of our communication system have expanded. The sophistication of the network that support them has become increasingly complex. As we have big networks, we will have a lot of complexity regarding how to manage the transmission of data, how to make it strong as it's a travel from its place to its destination. So to control all this connection between devices and transmission of data among network will become very complex. We need to understand the concept of connectivity, wireless networking, and the elements that make up network and also communication system. What's behind this network? So for any communication system, we have a lot of meanings. We have the computer communication. Computer communication is the process of sharing data, programs, and information between two or more computers. So we will say we have a network if we have two or more computers connected together, that these computers have the ability to send and receive data, and this is called sharing data, or programs, or also information between them. So we have some messages going through this connection. There are many applications that depend on communication system like email, texting, video conference, and also electronic commerce. Without the network, we will have this information, this application not working. So we need email to send and receive email. We can send an instant messaging, the time of sending messages, the same time it will be received by the person. We can make a video conference through the network. We can trade, buy and sell products electronically. Connectivity is a concept related to using computer network to link people and resources. So this is called connectivity. If we have a connected network that make the people share their resources. Before, we have the wire connection to connect with the network, and there was a lot of drawback regarding. Also, it's more secure than the wireless revolution, which is the new way of connecting devices. We have a lot of devices connected to the network wirelessly, like the mobile phones, like the smartphones, like tablets, like laptops. So all these new devices have the ability to connect wirelessly with the network. And this changed the way how we connect to the network, and it's make it easier to connect while we are not at home. Communication system are electronic system, wired or wireless. So both of them have the name of communication system. Either we have it with wired or we have it wirelessly. The most important here that this connection and this communication system have the ability to transmit data from one location to another through the connected node or computers. So for any communication system, there are four basic elements. It has the ability to send and receive. It has sending and receiving devices. So we have sending devices and we have receiving devices, whether these devices were computers or printers or phones. And also we have the communication channel, the way that the message will be translated in, the actual connecting medium that carries the message, and it can be physical or wireless, so it can be a wire or wireless. We have the connection devices. The connection devices act as an interface between the sending and receiving devices and the communication channel. So this will be the interface called the connection devices. And also we have the specification of the data transmission, like the rules, like the procedures that coordinate the devices and also the data among them. This is the basic elements of a communication system. So from the pictures here, we can see this is the sending device, and the message will be transmitted through this channel to the receiving device. Both of sending and receiving device has to have some way to connect to the network. If it is wireless, it should be modem. It should be a router or Wi-Fi router that connected to. So there should be connected to a connection devices here, and the message will be transmitted from the sending device through the communication channel, which could be a lot of pockets or a lot of wires, until it's received to its destination. Then it's transmitted to the connection devices, and the message is translated back to digital way, and then the received device interpret the message to a readable information or a hearable information. So the communication channel carry data from one computer to another, and there are two categories of communication channel. If it is a physical connection, then it should be a solid medium, something that is hard, that you can touch, like wire or cable. This wire or cable will connect the two devices together, the sending device and the receiving device. If it is a wireless connection, it will be a medium that transmit the data electronically. You will not see the data transmitted in between, and you will not see the devices connected together. They are connected wirelessly. They don't use a solid substance to connect sending and receiving device, but they move data through the air. Types of physical connection, it could be a twisted bare cable like telephone, or it could be a coaxial cable like the receiver cable, or it could be fiber optic cable, the new way of sending and connecting to the internet, and the highest speed of them is the fiber optic cable. It sends the data in the speed of light, and it's lighter, faster, and more reliable than the coaxial cable. So this is the newest way of connecting to the network, which is the fiber optic cables. If you see through the pictures here, you will see a blank pipe that transmit the data as light. Whereas in a coaxial cable, it will send the data as a television signal. If it's twisted bare cable, the transmitted data here will be very slow, and it's need modem to connect to, and the modem need to translate the data from analog data to digital data. So it's take more time in twisted bare cable than the coaxial and fiber optics cable. If we are connecting wirelessly, just give me one moment. Welcome back. So if we are connecting wirelessly with the network, we can use different technologies. The difference between this technology is the distance between the connected devices. So there are the Bluetooth technologies, and it's required both connected devices to be in range because it used short range radio communication standard. It can be around only 20 meters that the devices need to be in this area to connect these devices. So it's used basically to connect the wireless devices like headset with the phones or printers at home, or handheld devices like smartwatch. If it's connecting with Wi-Fi, and it's the most common way of connecting wirelessly, especially for businesses and for personal use, it has more distance, more long distance. So most home and business wireless network use Wi-Fi. Microwave technology used for sending data between buildings in a city or on a large college campus. So most of the time they use microwave for making one network, LAN network, which is local area network. There is also WiMAX. It's extend the range of Wi-Fi network to link cities, so they can use it for making one network. And there is also the cellular. Most of cell phones and mobile devices use cellular networks, and it has the ability to connect your SIM card with the network for the tower of the telecommunication company. There is also satellite used for communication and TV and radio broadcasting with data collection and GPS. This is used to connect with the satellite for receiving TV channels. There is also the infrared. Infrared is used to communicate over short distance. You have to place the two devices near each other, like your TV with the remote of your TV. And it's used line of sight communication. So if there is something placed in between them, the connection will be interrupted. Okay. Connection devices. Telephone send and receive analog signal. This is about the twisted pair wire. Twisted pair wire, we use it usually if we are connecting to the network by using the telephone. As telephone network use analog signal in this way, so it's continuous electronic waves. We need to transmit it to digital to be able to receive and send information through the computers or the digital devices. As computers send and receive digital signals, we need a medium between them to translate the signals from analog to digital, and this is the purpose of using the modem. If you want to think about modem as the device in your computer that you plug the telephone wire inside it, this is called the modem. You have the modem board in your computer and you connect the telephone wire through it. The modem is the most widely used connection device that modifies audio, video, and other type of data into a form that can be transmitted across the internet. But there is also a drawback of using it, as it's very slow. But we have the ability by using the modem to translate the data from analog to digital. The modem enables digital PCs to communicate across different media, including telephone wire, cable line, and radio waves. In this case, we could transmit photos, text, audio, video, all through the telephone wire by using the modem. Network is, now if we want to see the network topologies, this is the different shapes of connecting devices together. We can see here a lot of devices, around 4 computers connected to switch, and we use a switch usually to connect devices placed on the same place together with the router. Then the router connect to a big server. The server connect more than one networks together. So we have the basic computer here is the server, the directory server, that work as a manager among all these networks. If we want to divide this picture here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 networks, around 6 networks in this picture. These computers here are connected as a star, this connected as a ring, and this one connected as a bus. We have the main computer here, which is called the server, work to connect the different networks together to manage the connection between the different networks. So we can call a computer network is a communication system that connect 2 or more computers together. So whatever it was the shape of connecting the devices, If you have two or more computers connected together, then you have a network. Any device connected to this network can send and receive information, so the devices in a network can share information. In network, we have specific terms. We have node. Node is a term we will call it to any device connected on the network, whether it was a computer, a printer, or a storage device, a hard disk. We also have a client. A client is a special node that requests information from another node on the computer, on the network. So client is requesting information or resources. Server is actually a node on the network, but it's provide the information to the client. So the server is a node that shares resources with other nodes. We have also the host. We will call host for any computer system connected to a network that provide access to its resources. If a computer allow you to use its screen or its printer, then we will call it a host. We have also router. Router is a node on the network that forward or routes data packet from one network to their destination in another network. So it's make like a route to the information from the sending device to the receiving device. We have the switch. A switch is actually central node that coordinates the flow of data by sending messages directly between sender and receiver node. So it's work as coordinator in the network. This is different types of the network. We have LAN. LAN is a small network, can cover a building, a small distance, like a building or a college or universities. We have home network, which is a LAN used in home. We have wireless LAN. It's a local area network, but it's connected wirelessly. We have also personal area network, and it is work in a small area, used to connect cell phone to headset, very small personal devices. We have also the metropolitan area network, MAN, and it's cover area less than 100 miles, and it's used to connect devices and buildings, office buildings located throughout a city. So we can consider it a large area. We have the one which is the bigger than MAN and LAN, and we can say it's cover a distance greater than 100 miles, and it's used to connect different cities like in a whole country. Now we will move into the artificial intelligence, and we will speak about the meaning of artificial intelligence and some application used by artificial intelligence. Intelligence is a collection of different kinds of skills working together. It's basically a program that interprets the human's mind and make it pretend what's the user need before it's asked, based on studying the habits of the person. We call a program intelligent if they exhibit behaviors that would be regarded intelligent if they were accepted by human beings. Like, for example, if you are going every time to a restaurant and you sit all the time in the same table, you ask, you request the same order every time. So the program become intelligent and expect what the user will request on the next time if he come to the same restaurant. So AI is the study of techniques for hard problems in polynomial time by using knowledge about the problem domain. These are some examples of AI, like search engines like Google. like for example, if you search for a term in Google, so the engines will try to get you the most relative result for your terms. Automated voice instruction from our GPS device to help us drive to our destination, like it's told you go right or go left, or you have camera in your way. You can think of AI application like the voice recognition system in your phones, and also the robotic surgery, the surgery done by robots. This is an example of artificial intelligence application. You can see them later. For example, here we can see a robot who plays a command, or also you can see them play an instrument. Now we will move into chapter 14, wholeness of big data. Big data is a term. We call it about a very large or extremely large, very fast, highly diverse and complex data. So this is the characteristics of the big data. It's very large, very fast, diverse and complex data. It cannot be managed with traditional data management tools. This is called big data. It can be from different kinds, like delivered. The output of this big data is extracting the right information to the right person in the right quantity at the right time. Why? To make the right decisions. This is the purpose of collecting the big data. The benefit also of big data, it helps the business to grow and also to generate more data. So data is very important. What is the difference between big data and traditional data? The four characteristics. The volume first, the volume of data. The traditional data, we measure it in gigabyte and terabyte, but big data, we measure it in petabyte and exabyte, whereas 1 exabyte equal 1 million terabytes. So you can imagine how huge it is. Also, the velocity of data. Big data is generated by billions of devices and communicated at speed light through the internet. So it's very diverse and collected from a lot of devices. Variety of data, it is not organized. It's from different types of data, from all kinds of functions, from all source and devices. It can be text, graph, map, audio, video, and other types of data. Veracity of data. Veracity of data related to the truthfulness or believability and the quality of data. How truth is this data? Is it accurate or not? This poor quality of data can be from human error, technical error, or malicious internet. Big data is messy and need to be shifted and organized to be put for any great use. If we have a big data not organized, there will be useless of storing it. So we need to organize it in some way to extract the important information related to improving business. How we can use this big data? We can use it to monitor and tackling. For example, you can monitor machine before. We can use it to analyze and insight, like predicting and preventing crime and better diagnose disease. Like, for example, we can record different person faces or personalities, characteristics like the size, the eyes Irish, like the voice volume, like the fingerprints. So we can store this informations. Then we use it to analyze and predict the criminals. A new product development, like use big data to design a new product, such as reality TV entertainment. Wholeness of data analytics. We will speak in chapter 15. The data analytics. Business is the act of doing something productive to serve someone's need, and thus earn a living and make the world a better place. This is the purpose of making business. There are a lot of activities in business that need to be recorded on paper, or just use an electronic medium like computers or hard disk or USB. Any information we record it from the business, it can be stored as data. Then we can analyze this data and mine it using special tools and techniques to create patterns and make it intelligence to predict what customers might need. This can be reflect on the businesses and its functionality. Like, for example, if you have a visitor to your shop and always buy smart devices, you can predict the same customer will be interested to buy smart devices in the future if you record his information. These ideas can then be fed back into the business to develop it and make it more effective and efficient in serving customer needs. Then the cycle will continue on. We have the BIDM cycle, which is business try to extract data and use it. Then we will use the data extracted by the business to do some mining. Through the mining, we will try to make the data more usable, and this will make it intelligence. Then we will feed back the business with the mining of the data. So business generates data. Data is mined to produce insight and intelligence. Then intelligence is fed back into business. Business performance improves and more data is generated. Business intelligence. Any business organization needs to monitor its environment and performance to adjust its future plan. Like monitoring the industry, the competitors, the suppliers, and customers. So if your competitors create a new product, you have to adapt the new features in their products in your new product. Business intelligence is a set of information technologies, solutions to inform the business about things it should know. Business intelligence includes tools for gathering, analyzing, and presenting data. So the meaning of business intelligence that you should have some tools in your business help you to gather the information regarding your competitors, regarding the market. Then you have to analyze this data and help you to improve your business. There is a sequence of steps to be followed to benefit from the data in a systematic way. It should be modeled, and relevant data can be extracted according to certain analyzing purpose. So we could have more than one plan for analyzing the data based on why we need to analyze this data and what's the purpose of the output of this data. Data from the warehouse can be combined with other sources of data and mined to generate a new insight. The insights need to be visualized and communicated to the right audience. So the data should be stored in database. The database itself it can be connected with different warehouses. We could have the data mining, and later we could extract the information based on the needs as data visualization. If we find data, everything around us that can be recorded is called data, like the shapes, the size, the names, the age, the subjects, the schools, the parent names. So we could have data in different types, like nominal or unordered value, like shirts color, like red, green, blue. Or we could have it in ordered value, like size, small, X small, medium, large, X large. We could have it in interval way, like a scale of satisfaction from 1 to 10. We could have it as unstructured data, like, for example, video clips or audio track or images or text. All this data should be stored inside database to be usable later. So database is a structure that help us to store data in organized way. Most of the database store data as tables, and many database management system, which is DBMS, available to help us store different types of data. An example of commercial database management system is Oracle. An example of open source free database management system is MySQL. If you heard also about Access in Office, it's also a database application that helps you to organize different data. Data warehousing and data mining. A data warehouse is organized store of data from all over the organization. So if we have a lot of data coming from different organizations, then it's stored inside warehouse, data warehouse. We need a warehouse to help us make management decision. Data is extracted from many sources from this organization, then it's ruled up and transformed to meet businesses' needs, like exchanging information between the different businesses. Then it's loaded back inside the warehouses. Data in a warehouse is at much less details than the transaction database. It has less information than the original place of this data. Once the data in a warehouse, it can be mined in many different ways and give us a meaningful pattern. Data mining is the art and science of discovering useful novel patterns from data to help us solve a problem and make decisions. So this is the data mining. If we want to distinguish, then we have data, which is the raw information like colors, size, names. Then we have database, the organized one, organized as table. Each organization could have its own database. Then we have a data warehouse, which has a database from different organizations. Then we could mine the information from these warehouses to make useful information back. This information can help us to solve a problem and make decisions. Then we have the data visualization. For example, we could represent this data as graphs here. And from the graphs, we can understand a lot more than if we organize the data as table. So data visualization help us to make decisions faster and easier. So you can see, for example, here from the pointer that the pointer here is still in the red and not in the 0 level, but later it's arrived to the 0 levels. From this graphs here, you can see the divisions that the green represent more than the others, and this represent the billing community. We have a lot of programs that help us to create data visualization, like Excels or Word. So most of programs help us to visualize data. We're done with meeting 5. Let us have a break till 3 o'clock and come back to finish meeting 6. Thank you very much.
The class is finished.
Hello. Welcome back. We will finish inshallah today, and we have still meeting 6. It's very easy. It's regard the privacy, security, and ethics in using the networks and the computer itself. So here we have the outcome. We will identify the most significant concern in computer technologies, like the accuracy, the privacy, the properties and access of different networks. We will see the impacts of having our information stored in large database on in the internet, and what can attack us as users to the network. As we said earlier in the first meeting, we said we have in the structure of the computers, we have the people who represent the most important part of this network. We have the people who represent the users for the network. We said the information system consists of people, procedures, software, hardware, data, and the internet. It's important to focus on people, how they protect themselves as users to networks, how they provide their information to the networks through the internet. So we will focus in this chapter about people. Most everyone agrees that technologies has had a very positive impact on people. But it's also important to recognize the negatives, the potential negatives impact as well for using networks on them. Effective implementation of computer technologies involve maximizing positive effects while minimizing negative effects. So basically how you protect yourself as user and your information, how you protect your information while using the network. The most significant concern is actually the privacy, the security, and ethics. Privacy means what are the threats to personal privacy and how can we protect ourselves. Security, like who has the access to your information or your device, including hardware and software. Ethics mean how do the actions of individual users on the networks and also the individual actions by companies affects the society. As privacy, we publish a lot of informations on the web and there are a lot of companies collect and use this information, structure it as data and store it in their systems. These data might include information about people, about the website they visit, about the search they do, about the videos they watch, about the information they write, about the people they contact. So privacy concerns about the collection and use of data about individuals. 3 primary privacy issues we should concern about the accuracy, property, and access. Accuracy related to the responsibility of those who take our data and ensure that data is correct. Property relates to who owns this data. Is it a governmental organization, or it is your school, or it is some criminal organization? Access relates to the responsibility of those who have data to control and able to use that data. Think of it like if you're going to hospital and you give your information to the employee there, he will set your information inside the database. But who can have access to that data? Which doctors you visit? What was your symptom? What was your prescription? Which procedures done to you in the hospital? So all this information is located in the hospital, but a lot of people might see that information. Large organizations are constantly compiling information about us. Every day, data is gathered about us and stored in large database. So as we said in the last chapter, this called big data. There are also other companies who try to buy this information and gather this information about us, and they are called information resellers or information brokers. These are collecting, analyzing, and sell our personal information and data. They create electronic profiles about each person, and these files include high details about us, describing each individual. These profiles might have more information than the one you wish to publish. Like, for example, you're identifying information, you're spreading information without personal consent, so they share it together without you aware about spreading of your information. And this leads to spread inaccurate information. Many organizations monitor employee email and computer files using special software called employee monitoring software. Sorry, any question? Okay. So many organizations, they install a software to monitor who send an email from which email address, they attach any file. These programs record everything you do on the network, so you have to be careful, especially if you are using a PC through a public network or through your organization network. Most people do not concern about privacy when sending email on the internet or browse the web. As long as they use their own computers, they don't feel they should be care about their personal information, or they should hide their information. This is called illusion of anonymity. When you browse the web, your browser stores critical information also about you, like which website you visit, how long you stayed in each website. And they store information about what you have typed there. All this information will be stored either in your hard disk or in an online server, which contains record about your internet activities, like your history files. This will be placed in your computer. History files, including all the websites, all the web addresses that you visited on a specific browsers or under your account. There is also temporary internet files. The files, if you visit a website, a temporary web page will be installed in your computer to make it faster for you if you visit the same website in the future to download it in your browser. So this is called browser cache. Another way your web activity can be monitored is with cookies, and these are special files you allow them to be installed in your computer. They seem harmless in themselves, but they can store a lot of information about you, about your preference, and also about your browsing habits. There are types of cookies like first party, generated and then read only by the website you are currently visiting, or about third-party cookies, cookie-like tracking cookies to advertise information to you. Like if you search for a specific product, you will find a lot of advertisement push up on the screen related to the same products. About the several other threats could potentially violate your privacy, like the web bugs. You don't see them. They are attached to images on the website as HTML code. You can click on them to run some application, but you are not aware about what's behind them. There is also the spyware, which are programs. You don't know that you run them on your computer, but the purpose of them is to listen to everything you done in your computer. You gain them an access to your computers, to your files. And also some of this spyware use keystroke logger, which has the ability to listen to every keyboard press you do in your computer. So what should you do to protect yourself through spyware? Be careful not to download any products or any software, any free products from the web, especially if you're visiting a new website. Use an anti-spyware or spy removal programs like McAfee or Skyber, so that you protect yourself from different threats. Also, online identity. Online identity is the information that the people post about themselves online. You are actually creating an identity to yourself online. And there are a lot of people lose their jobs just because they publish a post about their job or secure information in their jobs in social media, and they lose their jobs because of their post. So what is security? Security is keeping your computer, your information in safe place. We have computer hackers who are the people who try to get access to your computers without authorization, either to steal your information or to collect some information about you. So security involves protecting individual and organization from theft and dangers. Computer security specifically focus on protecting information, hardware, software from unauthorized use. As we have now a lot of devices connected directly to the internet at your home, this also need to be secured from unauthorized access. This will help you to protect yourself, to prevent damage to your devices, to your information. And this also, computer security also include keeping the information and hardware secure from intrusions, sabotage, and also the natural disaster. This leads us to a term called the cyber crimes. Cyber crimes or computer crime is any offense done by using the computer, involves computer and a network. We have a lot of types of crimes that can be done through computers, and this are their description. We will see it now. We have the malicious program malware, a program designed to damage or disrupt a computer system. We have a cracker. Cracker is a program to make you use a program for free. And this also, the cracker is a crime. It will be a crime if you use it to create and distribute malicious program. The three most common types of malware, we have the virus, which is a program intended to damage your files or delete your files. We have the worms, which is a program replicate themselves, make your system busy, make your network busy, and cause your computer to slow down or stops. It also can include some viruses. We have the Trojan horses. Trojan horses programs seems harmless, but it can have a malicious program like viruses. It's look like a free programs on the web, but later if you download it, you don't know what's attached to it. Virus and worms can find their way into your PC through different ways, like email, downloading a file from the internet. We could have also zombie, which is a computer affected by malware that allow it to be remotely controlled for malicious purpose. So you could have your computer controlled by someone else. If we have collection of zombies computer, then we will call it botnet or robot network. Antivirus program is a program try to attack the viruses in your computer to protect your system, and you should have it in your system. Example of it is like Symantec and McAfee. Ethics is actually the moral attitude of using the online and the network. So it's regard the moral conduct. If we speak about the computer ethics, it's actually the guideline about what can be accepted as network behavior for the users and which one is not accepted in our societies. Like, for example, if we are speaking about copying someone else's work, the copyright, we have the copyright right. It's a legal concept that gives content creator the right to control use and distribution of their work. So any work you found it on the internet, you should be careful about using it without an authorization. It can be any types of data like ebook, music, films, video games, available, or programs also. Digital media, then you are violating the copyrights rule. There is also the software piracy. Software piracy is trying to make a paid program a free version of that program. So this is called unauthorized copying or distribution of software. To prevent copyright violations, corporates often use digital rights management, DRM, which is rules about different organizations set by politics. Countries try to prevent the copying materials, like programs, media, like videos, audios. That's all in today's meeting. We finish meeting 5 and 6. Thank you very much for attending. If you have any question, you are welcome. If you have no question, then you are free to leave. Thank you very much. Any question?
Doctor?
Yes.
We have a final exam and where's the date of the final exam?
You can find the schedule for the final exam in the university website. There is the schedule. Usually they put it there on the first page. So if they didn't publish it yet, just wait and you will see it, inshallah, very soon.
We have another lecture.
No, خلاص, we finished by today, inshallah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Good luck.
Thank you. Any more question? Okay. Thank you for attending and study hard for the exam, and I wish you all to pass the subject. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
ايوه. السلام.